It's been a while since I uploaded anything to YouTube, so I just wanted to check in with you guys real quick. If you're not aware, I recently changed my streaming schedule. Rather than playing leagues on Thursdays and Sundays, I'm playing in the Saturday morning challenges now. Since streaming challenges involves a lot more downtime, I've been hesitant to just export the VODs to YouTube as they are. But I've also been very busy, so I haven't found the time to edit out the breaks and set chapters for each round and things like that. I did do it this time around, though. I'm hoping I'll be able to do it consistently, but we'll see. Parenthood is unpredictable. If I'm not able to, I'll probably just start exporting them unedited and see if the viewership changes much. If you have opinions on whether or not I should bother with the editing, definitely let me know in the comments. Also, as a side note, I am currently recording this voiceover on November 9th. Hopefully, tomorrow we will all learn about changes to the Legacy Banned and Restricted list. Regardless of whether we do, you can expect an article in the next 2 weeks or so that should be a good resource for anyone playing D&T at Eternal Weekend in Europe. I was working on a text version of the State of the Noodle address that I did with XJCloud back in September, since the audio on the VOD for that stream wasn't usable. I'll expand on that as necessary to account for any changes to the meta we may experience in the coming weeks, I hope. Thank you as always for watching, and enjoy the VOD.
We're here. I took a little bit for me to get ready, but we're here. And I'm playing Yorion Mirror. Start off the day. All right. Interesting. I'm gonna try this one. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're doing well. All right. Playing a mirror at 7 a.m. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, I'm down 2 minutes, which is not a good start for me. I'm just gonna wait. Interesting. All right. Well, excuse me. Well, I'm definitely going to have the Aether Vial advantage at least, so that's cool. Getting Phelia. Okay. Okay, this should not be a huge issue. They get Phantom Blade, okay. They're gonna blink Phelia, or blink Stoneforge, I assume. No, they don't. Okay, well. I'll go ahead and kill the Phelia then. And I have an option to surveil here to try to find a white source for the Skyclave. I think I am going to do that. I feel like it's, even if I don't find a white source, I feel like I need to find something good at least. So, yeah, I'll keep Caracas. What are you doing now? White Orchid Phantom. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Bummer. Okay. Yeah, we'll pass. Having the plow now is nice at least. But unfortunately, we just have a lot of garbage in our hand right now, so We might just struggle from that fact. But I'll stay patient. It's going to be a recruiter, Skyclave. Skyclave on one of my vials. That's fine. I don't care about that. Staying on 3. Okay. No blocks. We're still fine. Another Skyclave. Okay, that's a little more annoying. I could swords the Stone Forge while they're tapped out. That resolves. I think I want to use this swords on something. And I think my best bet is using it on the Stone Forge. And if they have a Wisp right now, then we were just never winning this game. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll see if we could draw a Containment Priest off the top. That wouldn't be bad. I could cast my own Phantom Blade. It's going to be a hard one, though. They just drew the right cards and we didn't. Yeah, because, well, you know, I'm going to cast the Phantom Blade just to use my mana effectively because I feel like my opponent is probably going to try to formal wear with their Stoneforge, which will play into my Fairy Macabre. Yep. Okay. I was gonna trade if they offered it, so. All right. I'm going to finally Skyclave their Vial here because there is no way I am going to win if I let my opponent Yorion next turn. So we will start with a Skyclave. And yeah, I mean, I can't wait for 2 more land drops to safely get my Yorion. I just have to get it now. Put an equipment card on here from the battlefield. Yep, you are going to get the Wisp, and I'm going to exile the Wisp and the Phelia. Okay. Just don't have Thoughtseize, please. Okay, another plow. You hit me for quite a bit. If I draw lands, then I could waste the scrub land, cast Yorion, and still have Caracas up, so that would be cool. Though if they're holding up the Phantom Blade here, okay, well, I drew it anyway, so um blink my blade, I'll waste the scrubland. Equip here. I'm going to kill one of the Skyclaves because I need a chump blocker here. They're going to Phantom Blade my Yorion. And they're going to put it there. If that makes sense. I am currently going to be at 1. Oh, no, I'm not because they can just, yeah, they can put that on it. Okay, well, did what we could. All right, post board. Let's put in some flutes, some Wrath of the Skies, some paths. Let's get rid of that Fairy Macabre. Let's get rid of this White Orchid Phantom. What else do I want to get rid of? Bowmasters is not very good. That has like almost no X1s in it now. Probably don't want 2 Containment Priests. Maybe I do. Could maybe get rid of like Sash, something else. Most of the other cards are good though. Let's go down to 1 Containment Priest. Yeah, this looks right. Yeah, we'll keep this. Not perfect, but probably takes my Stone Forge here. Yeah. Don't need more lands. Oh, they're in the green splash. Interesting. It's too quiet. I'm going to get my music on. 1 second. Okay. Well, sucks that I have like literally nothing for this right now, but we'll see what happens. They get Witch Enchanter. Huh. Just doing this again. Okay. I think I have to keep that. I'm not in love with it though. Um, Let's get rid of the Phelia. Yeah, it's a run one where my draws have been a lot more awkward than my opponents too. But they had to recruit for a Witch Enchanter here, so it could. They might be like, I mean, if their hand's full of action, that's bad for me because my hand has like nothing. But we'll see what happens. Of course, I had to play, but yeah, of course, I have to play the mirror at 7 a.m. after I'm like a we we celebrated my birthday last night. It was going to be last weekend, and then I got sick, and we weren't able to. Um, but we were out a little bit late. I'm like a little bit hungover, maybe, but who knows? Maybe that's just what I need to kick it into gear. You know. Well, that might be good later, but thank you for the happy birthday though. Come on, give me your thoughtsies. Give me your thoughtsies. Yeah, I'm just sky cleaving the recruiter now. Never mind, I'm not. But that is a win in its own right. Um, I'm gonna play this. Thank you for the happy belated. Okay, so this one trainers. So they bought the Yorion. I don't know anything else about their hand right now. Second Crocus is actually a little rough, but they're blinking one thing. They're probably splashing green for anti-forge cards. Gaddock Teague, Collector Roof, things like that. That's what I would be splashing green for, at least. Wow. Okay, they're just going for it. It's annoying that they have this Caracas up. I would love to Wrath for 5 right now and just kill everything. That would be so good. I might still do it though. I'm not sure that that's better than casting Cauldra first, though. I think I am just going to Cauldra them first. So I suspect they're going to attack, and then they're going to Yorion again. They might. I wonder if they're going to maybe recruit for another Solitude and just Solitude my Germ right away. I could see that. Yep. Yep. Please just okay. They don't pitch cast it. I would love if they did, but alas. The Solitude's going to be a little tough to beat, though. My hand's not really set up to deal with it. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Annoying. I was trying to cast that, not play it. Misclicked. Okay, I really did not want to draw 3 Phelias. Oh boy. Okay, let's go to beginning of combat. I literally wanted to draw anything that wasn't legendary. Man, that's why I wanted this in play. The stupid. If I had a Witch Enchanter in play, I would have just equipped the Cauldron to it and they'd be dead. Okay. I'm surprised they didn't board out their Bowmasters, but I guess it depends what they have in their. Depends what they have in their board for this. I almost want to trade now. Yeah, I'm just gonna trade. Interesting. I assume they're gonna pick up a Solitude. They pick yeah, they pick a Solitude. Okay. Only took a million years, but I finally found his Thoughtseize. But I can't even really cast it here, can I? Let me think. So yeah, I guess I'm just starting by going to combat and seeing what they do, right? Yeah, Solitude pitches Skyclave on the Phelia. How do I get out of this bind, though? That's the problem. I think I have to. I think I just have to pass here. Kiana, thank you so much for the follow. I need to do like 7 mana worth of things, or 10 mana worth of things in a single turn right now, which is a little rough. But I think I just have to take this hit. They're going to get another Solitude. They got Yorion. Okay. Okay. That also makes sense, honestly. Man, imagine if I drew a Plow or Solitude or Recruiter or anything at any point. I'm just drawing all the awkward stuff. My opponent's going off. Okay, now they get a Solitude. They hit me for 1. Does that do? Does that do anything? Not really. Man. All right. So yeah, I misclicking on that witch enchanter, I think, is what kind of killed me this game. If I had a just one creature in play one turn earlier that couldn't be bounced with Caracas, then I would have been able to put the Cauldron on it and end this game a long time ago. Um it also would have been a thing in play that could have killed this Overlord, honestly. Um all right, I'm just thought seizing. I want to see what happens here. Yep, Solitude, pitches Stoneforge. I've also drawn a white card like every turn. I'm letting this happen. I just want the life at this point. Having it in play like basically doesn't matter. Okay. So there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance they won't have a white card in their hand next turn. Unfortunately, they don't need a white card anymore, huh? I think that's it, chat. Yeah, because since they literally drew like an untapped land, now they can Solitude, Skyclave, and bounce my Phelia. So there's actually Ortis and checkmate. I'm gonna make them do it though. We'll see. Maybe they'll mess up. I don't think they will. Yeah. Yeah, we're out of it. That was brutal. I just drew all the wrong cards, unfortunately. Anyway, so yeah, I was very late to getting ready, so I didn't really get to have a graceful intro. But yeah, I've been playing a bit. So this is the list of the person who top 32 to get like 23rd at Eternal Weekend. Very close friend of mine also. Um, and it inspired me to, and I figured, the banned and restricted announcement coming up, and hopefully there's going to be changes made. Obviously, I don't know for sure. It made me want to like, I've always, I've come up with plenty of cope reasons for why I feel like my builds, the like non-overlord build I've been peddling for a while, like has real reasons to be better than overlord in certain matchups, and I think that's still partially the case. But I've also just like been consistently frustrated with the fact that I couldn't really get Phelia Overlord to work. And after he top 32'd, I just took his list and played in some leagues and it started feeling good finally. So I don't know why it took me like 11 months to get here or whatever, but it felt good. Obviously, that game didn't go well, but I think it had nothing to do with the deck. Sam is awesome. God, I'm, I feel so old when I say that I've been close friends with someone for like 13 years. Like, yeah, we met in college, so maybe he'll be around for the stream. He usually is. I shouldn't say usually. He sometimes is for the morning streams. He plays D&T because of me, so I'm proud of that. He used to be a he likes to describe himself as a recovering Nick Fit player. I will be back in a little bit for the next rounds. Looks like it'll be up soon, but my family's up now, so I just want to go say hello to them. I will be back in a little bit to get into round 2. Daring, aren't we? Oh, okay. It's breakfast. Well, that's different. That's wow. Do we need that? Okay. I think I want to pitch the Stone Forge here. Yes, I do. Wow. Okay. I feel like that kind of simplifies my decisions quite a lot. Because now I just Skyclave the Nadu. Like, like, won't. Do they have a force, but they didn't have a blue card until they picked up the brainstorm? Is that what's going on here? Let me think about this, because Because I don't want to just cast my Skyclave and then have it get forced. If that happens, I might just be cooked. But can I really do anything else anyway? I guess the answer is probably no. Yeah. I guess if you have force, you have force. Cool, they don't have force. Game's easy. Now, now they have force. That's my favorite thing, honestly, about killing stuff with ETBs is that the Nadu trigger is too late to draw Force of Will when you're like solituding something. All right, attack Tamio, blink out the clue. So their hands is Force, Brainstorm, something else. I'm gonna hold on the White Orchid Phantom. I might do it end step. I don't want. I didn't want to. Maybe I was supposed to just do it. Um. Oh damn! Did they just? Okay. I mean, sure. I mean, I guess that can happen too. I doubt we'll see anything. Yeah, so the reason that I was thinking about White Orchiding in their upkeep, the only reason I didn't is that I didn't want to give them a free shuffle off of their brainstorm. But the joke's on me because they didn't need to cast the brainstorm. They just had the combo again in their hand. Wouldn't be horrible to Crocus the Nadu and then Phantom the green mana. Yeah, I think the reason I didn't I was thinking about that. I think my feeling was I couldn't nothing so far had told me whether or not it was Bant or Breakfast. So I was worried if I just Phantom to the Savannah, they were gonna get a basic forest. Now I know that they can't do that, but that was what was going through my brain at the time. Nothing shocking at all. Okay. Let's bring in some flutes, some wraths, some paths. What do I want to get rid of? Don't really want formal wear. I don't I think I usually like having like a fairy macabre in my deck or something like that. Um, what else? Hmm. This might be a matchup for shaving a Phelia. Um, Their mana base is weird enough for Phantom to be okay. I think that the important things are they have two basics, and a lot of times they're kind of incentivized to fetch them pretty early. They don't have a basic land that can cast Nadu, and they also have Urza Saga. Cutting a Stoneforge also makes sense because I'm thinking about how many more Phantoms I can get into my deck. I feel like that doesn't feel too bad. I guess I'll put it there just to make it more clear. Yeah, I don't think I'm like hungry enough to find room for like the third or fourth copies without having something that's like clearly bad in the matchup. So I think I'm happy enough with this. I think if I was gonna bring the third in, that's probably when I would cut the one fairy. But I like having the fairy in the deck. Hmm. This is not a robust hand. But it might be good enough. I mean, if we just ignore the Cauldron, if we ignore the Cauldron, I feel like this is a pretty solid reactive 6. We have Karakas if they have a Tamio opener. If they have an Urza Saga, we have the Wasteland. We have a Thoughtseize for anything else. I feel like this is good. I think this is a keep. Certainly not the best keep of my life, but I think that this is a correct 7 to keep. Whoa. Um hmm. I don't care about the swords or the days. They are kind of reliant on this ponder to get anywhere. But I'm hesitant to take the ponder. I'm taking a screenshot of this. So here's my thought. I think if I had a hand that was even moderately proactive, I would take the ponder. I think the problem with taking ponder with this hand is that we're just going to pass the turn a bunch of times, and they don't really need the ponder to get out of anything because we're not putting them under any pressure. Sam is exactly right. In any other situation, if I had a Stone Forge in this hand, I would I guess it's tough because they have the plow too, but like if we had like a Stone Forge recruiter kind of hand, I would take the ponder 100%. The thing is, I don't really want to take the Nadu or the illusionist because they like I'm basically taking a duplicate there in a weird way. Um so I'm leaning honestly towards taking the force of will. I think I'm going to take the force of will here. Yeah, I'm taking the force. They do not shuffle off the ponder. Okay, that's something. That's something. Drew of Hispanic ending. All right. Um Force or Cephalid. Interesting. I think I was between Force or Nadu. I think I liked taking Nadu more than I like taking Cephalid Illusionist, but I see arguments for either. Wow, that's cheating. Well, I think I have to play this Witch Enchanter as a land now, unfortunately. Drawing the path makes it feel a little bit less bad, though, because now we still have, like, 2 layers of interaction. All right. They brainstormed twice, so I think I can just dismiss all this. I have no idea what's over there anyway, even if they, like, force this. And they could have forced it. Their hand is literally the same as it was. They just have the same hand. Um, so I think I take the force again. Like, maybe I don't now. Now that my hand is like, yeah, I think I'm taking the Nadu now. Yeah. It took me a second. I was like, no, actually the context is very different because we have basically 3 removal spells in our hand. So all right, I just want something that I can cast proactively, please. Something I can cast proactively, please. I guess I have to also contend with the fact that they still have a plow in their hands. Like I need like multiple threats to even start that. Like right now, I think we like I would like to draw something like a Stone Forge, but at the same time, maybe I just want to draw lands. Okay, you going for it? Nope. Okay, cool. I could Skyclave that. All right, they're forcing pitch the days. They do pitch the days. All right. I think they are going to go for it next turn, and we will be in a pretty good position. Yep. Another force pitching an illusionist. Okay. I'm just curious what they mill here. Nope, nothing matters. Okay. I force back essentially. This time you mill 3 more cards that don't matter. Okay. So they are down to 1 illusionist left in their deck. And yeah. I'm gonna get Sash here. Both safer against them top decking another illusionist, and with the Dread Return in their yard, it's actually like pretty important that I can just clear out their win cons here. Taking the Memories Journey is also good because it means they can't like mill and then put the Thoracle on top. Okay. I'm just passing here. As soon as they crack this fetch land, I'm going for it. Perfect. I guess what I really should have done was just hit the Memories Journey first, but what are they doing here? Hit the Memories Journey and then keep 1 mana open is probably like more correct, but importantly, they have no Force of Wills left in their deck. So they can't really like defend the combo. They just have to push it through and hope it works. Pending on the Sash here. Okay. I pressed 1 too fast. I should have put the Cauldron right there. This one's really hard, honestly. So the reason I don't want to recruit Phantom to take them off Nadu mana is that if they draw Illusionist, well, right, we aren't just dead because we took the Dread Return and Memories Journey out of the deck, but Hmm. Yeah, this is tough. If only I could cast my recruiter at instant speed. That would be cool, huh? One weird way to do this actually is we could just recruit for Phelia because it means we can kind of do all of them, any one of them next turn, and keeps a white card so that we can still pitch it to Solitude. Yeah, yeah. I like that too. There's Illusionist. Goodbye, Phelia. The thing is, I'm not even sure. I kind of need to think through like how does Illusionist actually win the game anymore? Because I feel like they have to contend with the fact that they literally can't mill Thoracle anymore. Okay, that's really good. So the Trop, Savannah, Hedge Maze. I think they have one more green source in their deck, but I'm not certain about that. Yeah, Dread Return and Memory's Journey. Oh yeah, right. They have caverns. That's what it is. Yeah, Dread Return and Memory's Journey were exiled by Lion Sash. I'm just gonna keep this on 3. Well, I didn't. I would rather be drawing action, but you know this works too. I think they would have gotten a green source if they had one. Cool. I wonder if they board their caverns in though. Okay, this is very comfy hands. Very happy to keep this one. The only thing that can really make this hand better is a Thoughtseize. I said it right on time. Right on time. Boarding on Overlord for the third Phantom because we're boarding them to non-creatures and they're all exile removal. Okay, that makes some sense to me. And it's also just like not a matchup that you often have the room to be being proactive. That is kind of the trouble with this matchup. So it's not for. I mean, look. I feel like that's telling about what the cards you put on top look like. Says the flooded strands. All right, I mean, blap blap. I'm not gonna say I can do this all day. I don't want to do it all day, but also I can kind of do it all day. Um, what do I want to do here? Phantom is Sinkhole. They have another. Yeah, I think this feels impactful enough to make them use their swords on it. I think that's probably the tiebreaker because I would really like my Stoneforge. Like since we used two plows so early, and now they can kind of kill us at instant speed. I both want to get the pressure on and would like to start that with a thing that they're maybe less excited about killing, or I'm more excited for them to kill. Okay, that's a really good one. Okay. I think I really wanted to draw a second land or another land, fourth land, but if I wasn't going to draw a land, Flute's pretty good. I don't think I'm going to Bowmaster if they brainstorm here, because yeah, I'm going to stay patient. Okay, that's not the fourth land I wanted. I should have been more specific. It's not horrible though. It does at least let me cast the Stoneforge. While still holding up some interaction. And yeah, I am going to do it for that exact reason. I'm just going to get Sash here, I think, because it's going to die. So yeah, I'll get Sash. Yep, I am not casting Bowmasters here. I think that's bait. Especially because they have the plow in their hand, so. Cool. them playing land there is reassuring because it means that they wouldn't be able to show us the combo and have force of will. Also worth noting, with both Narcomoebas out of their deck right now, there's once again, Cephalid Illusionist is a much harder card for them to kill us with. I'm sorry I ended with a preposition. You'll have to forgive me. There we go. That's more like it. Relatedly, I think I'm going to cast Sash here. Yeah. Yeah. You got it. Hedge Maze here, probably, if I had to guess. Yep. They keep on top. Mador Jan. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. Okay. Resolves. Okay. They are empty-handed, so I think the play is Bowmaster the Illusionist, Nomad Resolves. In a perfect world, we draw lands, and we can flute the Saga and Skyclave the Nomad. We could also draw a Wasteland. That would be fine too. White Orchid Phantom would also work. I mean, what if we just dealt with all of the problems at once? Jesus Christ. Yeah, we just cast this for one, right? Killed, yeah. I mean, yeah, How dare I sell myself short by asking for a land? I feel like these games against breakfast haven't happened as much for me lately, where it feels like you actually can just like run them out of ways to win the game. And I think these games against breakfast are much more fun. I don't know what I'm getting. I should have kept the Caracas up, but I don't have anything that kills them next turn. 2, 3, 4. Another Bowmasters means they can't crack the Fetch land at least. Okay. So they're basically dead.
They did board the caverns back in. I guess we don't know for sure if they boarded them out. We didn't see their whole deck last time, but I guess I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they boarded down to one cavern. That would make some sense. Of course, we were the last round. Well, at least we got a W. Better than the last time. Last time went really bad. So thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's tough because like I think they probably should just because like give me 1 second actually. Anyway, yeah, it's hard for me to tell if they are supposed to board it in just so they have enough lands, like, or if they're supposed to board it out because it's a very awkward land. Hard for me to tell, but if they're playing Moon Stompy, this hand is not very Blood Moon proof. At least it's Magus of the Moon proof. I'm gonna try it. Use Chalicin. Hell yeah, I don't care about that. All right, well, now it's Blood Moon proof. Easy. I'm finally gonna get to just Phelia Overlord, a Moon Stompy player, and oh well. Okay, I guess. How dare I want to have some fun against Moon Stompy? Can we ban the One Ring yet? Um. Well, that's pretty sick, huh? And I pick up a Solitude right away. You want to Wasteland the Tomb? That might have been right, actually. Yeah, because I guess like this first flicker is the most important one. I don't really need to. I don't necessarily need to keep Phelia in play after that, especially since I now have a second one of them. We'll see. They don't really have a good way to deal with this Overlord, so they might just die to it. But there's obviously the risk of them like chaining One Rings together or something like that.
Fable. Okay, that's fine. Oh no, Mikey sent such a long message. Oh, fuck. The card you're recommending is the Spot Living Portal. I am upset you're making me do this. Oh, right. You told me about this one. I forgot. I guess. I guess, man. I don't know. That Stream Decker is probably almost certainly out of date. Let me fix that. Sorry, I'm a cat. I'm an amateur. Give me a minute. This is another fable. Is like what's happening here? Is that a Alpha Spear guide? Yeah, okay. Um okay, the stream there we go. Okay, Stream Decker should be up to date now. Okay. What are we doing here? So I think we start by getting rid of one of the shaman tokens. I think I just pitched the White Orchid Phantom. I pitched the White Orchid Phantom. I can now waste their Ancient Tomb. I'm at least starting with this, and then we can figure out what to do after that. Man, there's like literally so many things I could flicker. I think I'm supposed to just get it's either the shaman token or it's the chrome mox. But I think we hit this and then we see what we mill. Well, now we can wisp the chrome mox. And we can wisp the chrome mox while wasting the ancient tomb. And we still have a solitude in our hands. So that seems pretty good. And we can do it while holding up Caracas if we really need to. I don't know if we do, but or no, we can't. That's a lie. Yeah, okay. So we'll wisp the chrome mox. Waste the tomb.
With how low they are, I wonder if maybe once I didn't waste the tomb the first time, I wonder if I'm supposed to waste the city the second time just so they have to get like so low. Because in a sense, like I am expecting to kill them next turn, so there's not really a downside to City of Traders right now. They have Karn. Okay, so they're one of the slower Moon Stompy builds, maybe. Yeah, it's like it's. I think it's just around like how much do I what's the likelihood that I don't kill them next turn is kind of where that calculus comes in. They need to hit ring if they're going to keep playing. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Okay, Fury pitches Magus to the Moon. They kill Phelia and Wisp. Oh, no, they're going to double Fury. So they're going to kill Overlord. Okay. Okay. I'll pick up Witch Enchanter so that I can cast my Phantom Blade next turn if I need to, I think. Because I already I guess yeah, because it's a white card for Solitude too. So yeah, it's just the best of all the worlds. Yeah, okay. I should have cast the Overlord off. I should have left the basic planes open. Because this could be bad for me. Yeah, of course they drew the third Fury. Yeah, if I could have waited until the end of turn to cast Phelia, this would look a lot better. I think I punted there. What is, I guess... Do I just kill the Chrome Mox and hope that... Well, no, because they have 2 red mana here. I forgot. So is it better to kill a Chrome Mox or a Reflection? I think it's better to kill the Chrome Mox and just hope the... But I guess if I kill the... This is brutal. I think I want to kill the Chrome Mox and just make it harder for them to get out of this wondering that's going to kill them. I'm not certain by any means, but I think that's the plan I want to take at this point.
Yeah, okay. Man, I was so close to like completely destroying them, and I think we're actually just dead. We're like almost dead now. Um, this is brutal. Not being able to cast that Phelia in my end step might just kill. Might just end us. We might just be dead. I think we have a shot if we draw planes this turn. Okay, we can draw a planes next turn now. No, don't. No, I'm getting Pyroglyphed, aren't I? No. Okay, I'm not getting Pyroglyphed. I mean, I don't want to play against the Wondering either, but at least I still have a draw step here. That is currently enough because I can. My Overlord's going to turn on this turn, so yeah, I did. So now, yeah. So I guess that was sort of the rub is like if I solitude the reflection, I guess I'm dead to a broadside either way. So maybe I'm supposed to just solitude the reflection anyway. Well, okay, let's not throw a game away this time. Let's get rid of all of these. What do I want to cut here? Do I just need to cut Thoughtseizes? I am on the play though in this game, which makes it harder to cut those. I'm definitely keeping at least one priest, but Containment Priest is like Fairy Cauldron Sash. Fairy Cauldron Sash, 2 orcs, 1 Overlord. Okay, interesting. I'm surprised you would cut an Overlord. But yeah, the priests are good because it stops Fable Chapter 3, and that comes up way more often than you think it would. It also is just a way to, like, it's more stuff to do with Phelia. Like, a big limitation of Moonstompy is that most of their interaction is at sorcery speed, so when you can do stuff with flashcards, it's really good. Yeah, I'm going to try this. It's a if it's a keep, it's borderline. Thoughtseize is nice. White Orchid Phantom means we don't have to worry about Urza Saga. But it doesn't really interact that well. I feel like this is a game. This is the kind of hand that I feel like is good if my opponent has like a turn one ring hand that doesn't really have anything else to do. But it's got two Karakuses. This White Orchid Phantom is really only good if they have Urza Saga. Yeah, I think I have to mull this. Okay, this hand looks great. I'm going to keep this. I think I'm getting rid of the Wisp. Yeah. It's very proactive. If my opponent does like anything, I can't stop them, but I could cast the Overlord now, but I think I'm supposed to wait. The risk here is obviously I can't cast my Overlord if my opponent plays a Blood Moon this turn, but I think if my opponent plays a Blood Moon this turn, that's one of the things I would be more okay with them spending their mana on, so. Naturally. Okay. Knowing that this land doesn't come into play tapped if I play it right now. So I play it now, Path the Magus. Hell yeah, okay. I will get Skyclave this time. Containment Priest is too late here. If my vial wasn't under the needle, I would definitely get the Containment Priest, but I think maybe I still get it. What do I think it's obviously dependent on what my opponent does, but so next turn they're going to cast Fable. I really want to I need to answer the Reflection. I can just cast the Skyclave. I can also I think I'm going to get Recruiter. I think it just leaves my options a bit more open. Do they just need the mana, or are they trying to bait me into a Fury? I am not going to take the block. Vile is never happening. Got it. Is this going to be for an ensnaring bridge, maybe? Yeah. Okay. Well, I asked Skyclay for that. Attack these both at Karn so that the Karn dies. And I think I will just flicker the Goblin Shaman out. There's a little bit of risk here if I let my opponent untap with Reflection. But there is a chance that I also just find a Solitude off of the Overlord too. So I could flicker the needle to recruit a Solitude. I don't actually hate that. Yeah, I like that. They have enough mana that the Shaman really doesn't matter. I will get Witch Enchanter. Yeah. Whatever this card is probably going to get pitched to the Solitude anyway, so. Yeah, don't worry, Rob. We had the Karn handled. Oh no, baby, you're gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. I know you don't have the perspective to know it, but everything's gonna be okay, baby. Another Karn. Are you gonna take that ensnaring bridge back? Because that would be really mean if you. Though, if they do that, I can just kill the Karn still, because Skyclave and Recruiter can attack. So. All right, yeah, they're over it. This hand can't be right. If the card is no longer exiled, they do not get a token from it. I'm quite sure. This hand is not Blood Moon proof, but it's okay. Because like the reason it doesn't work is because the like in order for the Skyclave trigger to make the token, it has to have the object to reference, and as soon as the game object needs to be there for that ability to reference it and see what the CMC is, and that object can't be referenced anymore because it's not there. It's like I think it is quite literally a magic rule instance of a null pointer exception. It's just like I don't know what that is, so what's it going to do with it? Do I flute the saga here? Or do I just hold up Phelia before I pass the turn here? I'm not super worried about the constructs because I can just Phelia them, which is why I would kind of just want to let this saga go and just answer it as we get through it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna let it go. Or am I? Because I guess I forgot that I'm not going to be able to. This first token. Yeah. I should have thought about this more. Oh, right. Yeah, I can fleet before I attack. Yeah, you're right. Dingers FTB, thank you. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I don't think I use the flute now. I think I just plow the broadside. They can make a construct if they want, but I think getting the needle to turn off my vial is probably like the more important thing that they're doing here. So I think I just want to. I'm going to have to kill this broadside for sure. So I think I'm just going to do it now. And this will be a sad Phelia that can't flicker anything, but that's okay. They're not even making a token. That makes me think that they're going to cast a One Ring, which is also going to be good for me holding my flute this long. Yep. Fury. Okay. That's less good. We still have a lot of time to draw out of this. I'm not super worried, though. I am. I think I want to spend this turn surveilling. I want to Witch Enchanter the needle at some point, but I don't really get much value out of doing it right now. So I think I want to get this tapped land. Yes, this is exactly why I wanted to get the tap land out of the way, because I want my Solitudes to be live draws. That's kind of brutal, though. We get coding. Okay. Now we're in a pickle. Just solitude on their turn. So if I solitude the Fury on their turn and they lattice me, I can attack the Karn. We still have a 3/2 in place, so we just need them to not have a removal spell, and they would have to spend their all of their mana to do that right now. So yeah, yeah, okay. Yep, we will solitude on their turn. That resolves. They can't kill us with it, so I'm still solituding the Fury right now. That doesn't really change anything, so that's fine. Cast this now. Mm-hmm. Can't block. They hit me for 3. They can hit me for a maximum of another 4. They throw the needle at it. I'll take this up to 5. Okay. All right. What's the plan now? So I think I have to flute the Karn now. So I can. Okay. Flute the Karn, Overlord for a Solitude. I have to play the Witch Enchanter to play the ward cost on the broadside, so I would have to pitch my Yorion. But I think that's just what I have to do. Just use my whole hand to answer everything that's out there right now. And if they draw a threat that they can give haste, I'm dead. But I've done what I can. um, I don't really see another way out of this, unfortunately. I think I needed a Skyclave to really do anything differently. It's not what I wanted to see. The one saving grace is that we can basically cast anything we draw, but we need it to be very good. We basically can't take like any bad draws right now. So anyway, as I was saying, yeah, brutal. That's what we needed. See, Stoneforge for formal where there would have been really good. Man, I hate Karn. I definitely threw away that first game, but that third one was rough. And we aren't getting time for games in between rounds. Maybe it's for the best though, because if I top eighted, it was going to be kind of like tough on time potentially, since we're doing a Friendsgiving today. So I was going to have to be out of here by like noon. Yeah, I mean that honestly, that third game reminded me of how fun playing against a Moon Stompy can be when the One Ring isn't involved. It's really dumb when they can just draw 7 cards and overpower literally anything. I think it's a lot more interesting when their cards actually have to like line up well against specific breakpoints, you know? Cool. Cool. Sick. All right, I'll keep this. I think with this hand, I'm just going to put the Wasteland back, maybe. I have really stable mana if I put back the Wasteland, and if my opponent's doing something gross, I have White Orchid for it anyway. I think is my perspective on that. Also, yes, Frab just stays hello. I'm sorry, I forgot to say hello. I think I was at a very confusing part of the game. Also, if they're playing Delver, the hand's really good. You would have cast Phantom? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not super likely that we're gonna be getting a basic out of them, right? I was just thinking that like this is a game where I have an opportunity to play around days for the whole game.
And I kind of like getting to do that. But I also realize that, like, it doesn't matter if the days if I can just formal wear. Yeah. I'm going to play the, actually, this is what I'm going to do. I will do the same thing this turn. This is going to be cutter bolt. Close enough. It's pretty good for me. I'm getting double dazed. Double dazed. Okay. Well, they have definitely identified. They're correctly identifying the fact that they need to get this game over with quickly. So, did they draw another card that they can just cast? Yes, they did. Okay. Ouch. Yeah, so maybe I was supposed to just pull the trigger on that Phantom earlier. I think I'm seeing the error of my ways, unfortunately. I usually hate wastelanding, but I think I need to here to slow things down a bit. I also kind of don't want to bounce Tameo because it gives them a spell to cast for the Corey Steel Cutter. Yeah. So I think I need to plow this monk token. I'm going to start with this. And I have an option to try to block bounce with the Phelia, but that's fine, right? Yeah. Now that they Now that they're tapped out, I'm going to block bounce. I just didn't want my Phelia to get bolted. All right, let's draw something good off the top. Okay. Um okay. Bolt me, I'm dead? No. Okay. I need to draw a card that is not currently in my deck yet. Yep. Okay. Let's just bring all these in. Let's get rid of Fairy, Containment Priests, Cauldra. I think I want to shave on those. Board out one wisp. Interesting. I feel like I would want to keep the wisps in, but I kind of see where you're coming from. I'll try it though. Mm, see, that's kind of awkward. I don't like that we can't cast this Thoughtseize. It's kind of clunky. It's pretty good against Cutter, though. I guess turn one Vial with this hand is hard to turn down, right? Yeah, I am going to keep this. I had to think about it, but I think this hand's actually totally fine, even though it can't cast Thoughtseize right now. You're right. I want to cast Sash too. I think I've priced myself into waiting a turn on the Skyclave, but at least the Sash is a good blocker here potentially. So
Feel good about getting the cutter out of here. And I think it's a good hand. It's a good turn to put Yor in the hand. Next turn, I will Vile Recruiter in with the trigger on the stack. That is very telling. Okay. Whoa. All right. It's like Murktide and counter spells. Is a good hand. I was supposed to play this. I was supposed to play a shadowy backstreet there. Once they don't play a threat on turn 2, I think I'm supposed to just get double white and play. If they wasteland me, whatever. I'm delaying it even more now, but I think casting Aslantes is actually pretty good because it, like, they are probably setting up for a cutter turn now, so I should try to get the cutter out of there. Okay, I tried. Oh my god. Well, if they have a cutter on top, they can't actually trigger it. I think I want to take the bolt. It's either the bolt or the stifle. Yeah, I like the bolt. So I think this probably means there's a Murktide on top, honestly. It's the most likely thing. Yep, there's the Murktide. Well, this is okay. We will swords, they'll force. We'll draw a card in solitude with whatever our least valuable card is. It's probably going to be the White Orchid Phantom, but we'll see. Force pitching the stifle. Yep. Draw a card. Caracas. I think that I would like to pitch the White Orchid Phantom and Stone Forge for formal wear, maybe? Yeah. Yeah. We are speaking the same language, Sam. I think that's a guarantee they have a counter spell. They have a blue card for this formal wear, but I'm going to make them use it. Oh. No, they're just over it. All right, cool.
Yeah, yeah, I think I have not played against Cutter very much. I think that was, like, my 2nd or 3rd match ever. I just not a matchup I run into very much, and I think I undervalue just casting stuff into Daze because they actually need a lot of mana in play to make Cutter work. I definitely undervalue that, especially when it's stuff that we just, like, aren't that worried about whether it resolves. Um, like, I think I tend to, like, approach the Delver matchups like that. Like, either I am always just playing into Daze and making them have it, or as soon as I identify a plan where I can play around Daze for a long time, I just stick to that. It's very binary for me, and I think the nature of Cutter means that I probably have to be a little bit more flexible with that, because like it's so tempting when you cast a vial on turn one and it resolves that to just be like, well, I am going to ignore Daze for the rest of the game, and that's not the existence of Cutter definitely changes that context a bit. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Especially when you're on the play, right? I think it especially matters on the play when you can really give them the clamps, you know. I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll come back and then we will play. We will probably play some. What's it called? Mana Matrix. Often you just can't afford to play around days against. They go wide against you. Yeah, yeah. First of all, GG's from the first match. I have not played a mirror at 7 a.m. before, so that was a fun new experience for me. But yeah, I totally see how that all of that is true. Um, and now we're gonna play some Mana Matrix. Yeah, I honestly like playing the mirror more than most, but it is like this is not an indictment of you. You played well. You beat me up. My draws were like so bad, and there was nothing I could do about it. Like yeah, but I'm a sicko. I think most people don't like playing the mirror. I just do because I'm weird. I've also played it a ton. Like there was a time my LGS for a lot of like 2015 to 2019 ish. There were like four other regular D&T players other than me at my LGS. of like 20-ish people. So I played a lot of mirrors and I got really good at winning them. So, but yeah, it is kind of draw heavy. I think it's less draw heavy now. It back when it was just a Mother of Runes fest, it was much worse. I think it's not nearly as bad now because the games generally go so long. Um, but it's really easy for the game for like one just like one tiny like one edge exacerbated by Yorion just like spills the game completely out of control. And I think that's the part that gets like a little bit frustrating, but I think the games up to that point with the mirror tend to be really interesting to me. Um I'm gonna do a fun one here. I'm gonna do Ash Sell It. Let's do Ley Line of Combustion. A red card with trample. How about I feel like it should not be this hard for me to think of a red card with trample. Or a red creature with trample, I should say. Um there's that dinosaur. There's like a 5/5 trample haste um from Ixalan or whatever. Dreadhorde. Yeah, we'll do Dreadhorde Arcanist. That feels like fake trample, but it does have trample. Return to Ravnica Power 1. We can do Death, right, Shaman? Yeah, Dreadhorde Arcanist has trample. um, an enchantment with a power of 1. How about Eidolon of... Oh, what is... It was one of the Theros Beyond Death Eidolons. It's a black 1-drop. It's like a 1/2, and um it's like it was really good in like a Bogles deck that I played in Pioneer for a bit. What was it called? I thought of another. Um, I could just do Eidolon of Rhetoric, I guess. I'll do that. But power. Oh no, power 1 keyword trample. We already used Dreadhorde Arcanist. Let's do shit. Sam, help me. What's the Lorwyn card we had in the cube at one point? It's the green 1/1 that when it attacks, it gets +3/+3. Oh no, Sam's not here. CMC6, that's a fun one. 6 mana return to Ravnica card. Oh, I was trying to remember what's the Hungry Spriggan. That's what I was asking about. I was trying to think of the 1/1 with trample +3/+3 when it attacks. All right. So now we need Thank you. Thank you, friend. All right. So we need a 6 mana card from Return to Ravnica, a 6 mana enchantment, and a 6 mana creature with trample. Pyro Convergence? What the hell is that? Oh, is that like a limited? Oh, yeah. We need Primeval Titan. Counterfeit currency. Darn, I won't let me do it. It's something. It's something currency. I'm pretty sure. Um, but that also might work for enchantment, right? Isn't that an enchantment? Conjured currency. Yes, that is an enchantment, right? Or is it like a sorcery? So this one would technically work for either of these. That's funny. Do we see any? Do we see any problems here, chat? Or are we good to submit? Hello. Okay, one more. Okay. All right. All right. Conjured currency. Okay, so now we just need another 6 mana enchantment. Oh, recycle. That's a good one. All right, good job, chat. Bang. I think it's the first 9 out of 9, right? Especially that quickly. These were pretty easy criteria, so I'm not surprised we got this one, but still. That's pretty good. But it's also bothering me. Hateful Eidolon. That's why I couldn't find it. It was an Eidolon of something. This is the one I was thinking of. This was a sicko in Pioneer for a minute. And I'm not exaggerating when I say a minute. Yeah, Beyond Death. Y'all ever cast a dead weight and draw a card? Harry, come on, get it done with. Oh shit, Season of Mist. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Hope you had a good stream. Hello. Holy shit. Thank you. I'm playing some Legacy, playing D&T as I usually in Death and Taxes as I usually do. We're 2-2 in the challenge, so you know, not hitting top 8s, but we'll see how well we do with the rest of it. I was gonna have to leave early even if I top 8'd, so it's okay that I didn't. We also just crushed Mana Matrix. 9 out of 9. And I think we'll do some art game in the meantime. This one's got Onslaught vibes to me. Oh, Harry isn't actually in chat right now. I can't yell at him to finish quicker. It's Lorwyn? Okay. I couldn't tell if it was going to be like a Lorwyn Merfolk or like one of the Thalicos Shadow cards. Streambed Marrow sounds good to me, though. Streambed Aquatex. This looks familiar. It's probably a shatter of some kind, but I cannot Erratic explosion. I do know this one. Yeah, right. Yep, 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 yep. What the hell is this? Yeah, I'm Oh, is this was this the card in the modern Nadu decks? Uh Springheart and Antigua? Okay. Okay. It's that's why I didn't recognize it. I knew I would have recognized this one. I did not recognize the borderless. Fuck off. I knew it was a clue card. I was not gonna bother. Remember Volcanic Dragon from Portal. Okay. Oh, shit. What is this? Um Someone's gonna say the name of this card, and I'm gonna be really mad at myself that I could not remember it. Yeah, it's something Prism. But what is the something? Is it literally just Star Prism? I didn't want to believe that it was just Star Prism. Celestial Prism. Okay. It's from Ikoria, whatever it is, but I don't recognize this one. This almost looks like it could be a promo Ice Fang Coatl. Yeah, yeah. This isn't it. It's gonna be something Sky Serpent Seeker. Okay. Okay. I like how it's not like a snake bird. It's just a snake that flies. Um I definitely recognize this. This is also a beautiful piece of art. Yes, it is Cradle of Vitality. That's there we go. The most green white card. Oh, we're up. Reanimator, huh? I think I would mulligan this in most instances. Let's keep and get lucky. At least we get to cast an Aether Vial. Does anyone know this one while we're waiting for our opponent to show up? Oh, never mind. Yeah, we'll keep this, put an Overlord on the bottom, and we're just gonna draw a black source next turn. It's gonna be fine. I guess we don't need one until turn 3, so we have 2 draw steps really, but we need the next one to be a land. Uh, I don't think anything happens. We got a new art. If I said your name, I don't think I was calling out for you. It's just that easy, folks. Maybe supposed to just cast Overlord into that, honestly, but okay. The nice thing about waiting is now we can just Overlord and get the Phelia back and threaten it again next turn. Just don't entomb me, please. I said don't entomb me? I mean, I guess. Right? Like, have some decency. That's pretty brutal. It feels far-fetched, but there's also a world where I, like, literally power through this Atraxa because I can have 2, like it depends how many forces they have, basically, because, if I draw a white card, I can impend the Overlord, get the Solitude, pitch that new white card to Solitude, get rid of the Atraxa. Phelia blinks this Overlord. I Violin Wisp to blink the other one, get Solitude into White Orchid Phantom back. Like,
Underground Sea, reanimate, force of will. I mean, there's a lot of ways I get out of this. I should have played the plains here, but force pitches Tameo. So attack with Phelia into the Atraxa they block. I flicker my Overlord. Overlord gets back Solitude. I can immediately pitch the Solitude to get, or pitch the Wisp to the Solitude to get rid of the Atraxa. They have a reanimate in their hand though, so they can just reanimate my Solitude to get my Overlord, and then I just have literally nothing left. So I'm wondering if I have to just take a hit from Atraxa and play a little bit of a longer game here. Because I can also just, yeah, I'm gonna play this a little bit slower. I'm gonna mhm. Oh, damn it. I needed to do this in their main phase. I goofed. I don't think this is like the end of the world, but this is definitely worse. Okay, didn't matter. I think I need to keep this on 3. Do I? No, I can't keep this on 3. Um, Hi, Fairy Macabre. That actually kind of works out though, because now it's worth it for me to sacrifice my Phelia to flip this Overlord because I have Fairy to protect myself from this reanimate.
And then next turn, I get to Vile in the Solitude to kill the Atraxa, and we're in a pretty good spot, honestly. Navigating this game is pretty cool. They reanimate my Bowmasters. They can kill my Wisp. I'm gonna take another 7. It means they can also attack with the Tameo, I guess. I feel like I don't think this is worth using my Fairy on. Yeah. This seems to me like they clearly have another reanimate and they are trying to get me to use my Fairy. And I'm just not gonna fall for it. I can take another hit. I can let them get a Tameo clue. It's not that big a deal. Mhm. So I think I just want to get Wisp here and take my Bowmasters back. At a low life total, I think right now my main concern is just not dying to random attackers. It also means they can't really flip their Tameo safely. Um, I have a plow in my hand for like a Murktide, so I'm not super worried about that. Yeah, I'm gonna get Wisp. I think it would be smart for them to wasteland me here. We'll see if they do that though. Yep, that's fine.
Yep, that's fine. This is not a very scary flipped Tamio, especially when they're doing this on their turn. Attack Tamio, everything else attacks them. I guess the Bowmasters, there's no reason for the Bowmasters to attack. I will go ahead and I'm just going to get another Solitude. I think this game's pretty over. It's not over till it's over, but it feels pretty over. Yeah, cool. All right, let's bring in some fairies and some paths, and that's pretty much it. Something like this looks about right. Maybe I'm supposed to do this instead. Because Overlord just repeating Fairy Macabres is really important, is really strong too. So I think it's one of those two that we're shaving. I'm not sure which. Because Overlord, it's kind of like a double-edged sword of like you get to cycle your fairies, but you also get more pressure on your fairies because then your yard has stuff that they can reanimate. So my instinct says I should stay maxed on Overlord, so that's what I'm gonna do, but I'm not certain about it. Yeah, but we have a lot of answers to a flipped Tamio. Is she open Overlord? Okay. Yeah, I see both arguments, honestly. That's a pretty good hand. No, so Orcish Bowmasters is not a card in D&T that's actually very good. It's good. It's nice in that it's proactive in a lot of matchups where you want to be proactive. But like my opponent ended that game at like 30 life. And most games against Reanimator are going to kind of look like that. The clock from Orcish Bowmasters just does not matter. Like it's interesting because I think like most other decks that play Orcish Bowmasters are using it because it is a good clock in a tempo deck. D&T uses it more as the removal spell that everybody talks about it. Like it's kind of interesting. Um I'm gonna get the tap land out of the way. I was definitely gonna do it when I only had 2 lands. I'm gonna keep that because it means that I don't have to worry about my own stuff getting reanimated. Anyway, once I drew the third lands, there was more of an argument to just playing out the two untapped lands and getting to turn 2 with 2 mana in play that can't be wastelanded, but I think I still just want to get this tap lane out of the way. Also, like I don't want to get wastelanded, but getting wastelanded by Reanimator isn't as bad as it is against other decks because it's just an extra turn that they're not going for a combo or whatever. I do think it's interesting my opponent took the thought seized the Solitude. That's part of why I kept that Wisp, is that it's making me wonder, like,
First off, I have to think about whether they board it out in tombs. Um, the other thing I have to think about is, are they just gonna play a fair plan? Um, I with my opponent on 3 cards, this is one of those situations where I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna solitude this Tameo. I think I wanna cast my Stoneforge first, though. I wanna see what happens with this, because 'cause I'll be more willing to solitude if I know my Stoneforge is resolving and I can get a Phantom Blade, for example. Um, because maybe my opponent is just trying to bleed me out of removal spells so they can land a turn 3, Barrogoyf, as an example. I am going to pitch the Containment Priest here because I already have the Fairy Macabre, and it feels like Reanimate is not really where this game is going right now, so okay. Well, I'm right that Reanimate is not where this game is going, but I was wrong in thinking that it was going towards a Barrogoyf. This is going to be a Fatal Push, Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize. Yeah. I think they should take the Wisp here. Um, yeah. Nice. Okay. I think they have boarded out Entombs. That's where my head is at right now. Oh, right. Duh. There's still Tameo up. Oh well. That previous song was Pliny, not Animals as Leaders. This one is Intervals. I do have some Animals as Leader songs on the playlist, though. That's all good. I mean, it's all similar vibes, right? I like this music for a reason. I don't. I think the problem with minusing. I think they probably should have minused with the Tameo because like it was going to die. Um, it's just kind of a question of like what they decide to minus. Um, anyway, this game is a pretty good example of why I really do not recommend um has menace. There we go. I really do not recommend boarding out your reanimate package against D&T because if you're just trying to play creatures, you have no idea how many ways I have to kill creatures. Yes, I have heard of Polyphia. They are not my favorite, but they are good. Okay, sure. I can chump block all day, dude. I should have waited on that. I should have just cast a Fairy Macabre. I literally should have just cast a Fairy Macabre. Um, there's no reason to expose my Yorion to a Thoughtseize like this, but it's a Murktide. Okay. I've drawn enough Fairy Macabres, so this might be bad for me. It's not bad for me anymore. Okay, we're fine. Um, so I think I'm going to use the plow on the Murktide because I want I want to be able to Yorion the Skyclave to answer the Barrowglyph. So I'm just going to chump block with Fairy Macabre for a turn or two. We'll see. Okay. Dismember? Dismember on the Flicker Wisp. That is not what you were supposed to dismember, but okay. If they dismembered my Skyclave, I'd be in a little bit of trouble, but I'm not sure what double block you're referring to, so I'm not able to answer. Okay, I gotta find a removal spell for this Voidwalker soon. I just let this resolve. I don't really care about my Containment Priest right now. I don't want to cast it. It's a pretty good one. What? I was holding control. What? Oh my god. All right, well, I guess we'll try next turn. That's really annoying. Well, I just need one lance. Or any of like 400 other spells. Yeah, okay, cool. Awkwardly can't attack still. But my opponent's on 3 minutes, so I think they're casting a Murktide right now, so I super can't attack. Okay. The illusion token was a free attack, but okay. I guess they don't know that. I could have it. No, actually, they know my last card solid is Thoughtseize, right? That works. Um, I'm just maximizing the material I get out of this, so. Well, it's okay. That was only game 2, so. I'll keep it. I don't care about either of these. I'm just going to be mindful of the fact that they have the days. I think I take the Voidwalker just because, like, I can't block it. I can't jump block it to buy time if I need to. Almost grinded through a Tamio. Oh damn! I've never done that. Okay. Goodbye, formal wear. I knew you will. With as much mana I have in play, I'm going to surveil this time. Yeah, don't need that. That's a good one. Sure. Okay. They are doing their best to make sure this Barrogoyf gets into play, but I'm going to have the plow for it, and it's going to be fine.
They're going to cast Barrogoyf here, I assume. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and fetch now. Oh my gosh. I should have put Yorin in my hand there. Oh well. Cool. Seems it's going to be a Dismember getting cast. Yeah, okay. Heard. All right, so let's buy Yorion. Oh my god. Can this game please be over with? Another Dismember. Okay. Okay, let's just get Cauldra and get this game over with. I should have cast that Fairy Macabre. Oh well. All right, cool. We were probably the end, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be right back. I'm probably gonna let some clock bleed at the beginning of the next match. Oh my gosh. As a heads up, I'm gonna be here playing, but I'm gonna be off camera for a bit and off mic for most of it. We'll see.
That wisp hit was so sick. I feel like I must have played that game too wrong at some point. Maybe I was playing too patiently. I'm not totally sure, but it feels like that was within my grasp, and I lost it at some point. And for the record, that shift that I did where I took out one fairy was because it looks like my opponent is once again boarding out their entombs for whatever reason. All right, this is pretty fun. I'm not sure what to do with this one. I kind of like taking the consign, but I'm hmm. But I'm just gonna overlord for fairy again. So I kind of just want to take brainstorm because I'm not really gonna care that much if they consign my Stoneforge. How is that for Thoughtseize bug? No, this is only the second blue black match. Sorry about that. Oh, I can turn this off. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, sorry. I've been helping my daughter. This is why I've been off camera, but okay. I remember what my plan was now. We're going to formal wear back Stoneforge to get Phantom Blade. We're doing it now while they don't have consign mana up. We can easily um get this Barrow-Goyf down to a 3/4, but no lower than that. Brutal. Resolves. Now Barrow Voice is going to be a 5/6. This consign is haunting us a little bit, but we have a lot of stuff to throw in front of this Barrow-Goyf, and the Overlord is close to active, so that'll kind of undo any of the problems that the consign presents to us right now. What if we just double block the Barrow-Goyf? I mean, it's definitely an option. I don't know if it means the sash matters. I think it's more that they just don't think they care about the Phantom Blade because they have consigned for it. That's my read on the situation, at least. I think I'm gonna go for the double block. Just knowing that, like, that's 5 damage, so that's enough. Yeah, I'm going for it. And I'm also gonna eat. I'm just gonna eat a random spell on the way out for Murktide reasons. Just with the Overlord on the way up here soon, I don't think we really need that much material in play, and we just want to make sure we have as much stuff. Like, we just want to make the board as simple as possible. I think is the main thing. We also lost a lot of time to multiple things, so and Sash is not exactly an easy card to use while staying good on clock. So All right, force them to use the consign on the formal wear. I'm just grabbing a solitude here. I could have gotten a fairy. That's the other option, but again, when I know that they have a consign in their hand, I just don't really care. I'm not that worried about like what they might do when they're looking at lethal next turn. So, all right, sick. Whew. Zitical, hell yeah, top 4-2. Get them. Good luck. I'm glad we rallied back to a 4-2 um, after some brutal losses, one of which was entirely my fault. I definitely threw at least one of those games against Mono Red, but top 16 can't be too upset. Um, so yeah, I don't know why it took 10, 11 months for Phelia and Overlord to finally start feeling like good cards for me to cast, but they have really been feeling good for me the past couple of weeks. So, and I mostly feel really good about that because I feel like um uh going into what's potentially to be a new meta starting on Monday. We'll see what happens with the BNR. I feel good feeling like I have all of the tools at my disposal, like I'm not hamstringing myself or whatever. And yeah, Sam, I give him most of the credit for. I think it definitely helped that you made a list that just made so much sense to me. Um, and you know, regardless of the how long it took me to get here, I see the vision. I Again, we'll see what happens on Monday. Um, I am probably going to end up being an Overlord gamer at least for the foreseeable future. Um, Certainly, Overlord and Phelia were basically, other than in the mirror when I drew Phelia 3 draw steps in a row against the Caracas, Phelia was pretty much at least fine, if not really good, every time I drew it. And I feel like the thing that was plaguing me for so long when I was like trying out this deck is that I would draw Phelia and have nothing to do with it, or I would draw Overlord and like I would impulse for something that didn't really matter or whiff, and then I would just die. Um, and I never felt like I could draw both of the cards at the same time, and they both just kept feeling really bad every time I drew them on their own. And I don't know if it's just like I was playing them wrong. I don't know if it was just like it feels like 40. I played it over like 40, 50 matches, like 8 to 10 leagues. It feels like it's a lot of sample data for variance to be in play, but it's totally possible that it also was just variance and I was just getting got by that a lot. I don't know. Either way, I think this deck list makes a lot of sense to me. It has been working very well for me. And I think my non overlord days may finally be over, assuming that the Monday BNR changes don't convince me otherwise that like maxing out on Orcish Bowmasters and White Orchid Phantoms is really important. But anyway, um, so yeah, I got to get some Overlords and some Phelias in paper. um, Thankfully, I don't think they're as expensive as they were. Yeah, and ended 4-2. Towards the end of the 4-2s because my losses were in round 1 and 3, but I guess I'm like only just barely below the middle of the pack. I guess it helps that 2 of my losses are to 4th and 7th seed. So um, I'm not I'm not gonna add Riddler anytime soon, but I know some people will, and I wish them the best of luck on those experiments. But yeah, I don't see myself adding blue to D&T anytime soon. Um, um, while I'm yapping, I want to. I've been really bad just by the nature of how irregular like the time between rounds and stuff is for challengers. I keep forgetting to do play point code giveaways, so I'm going to do one now before we get out of here. Let me think about what the code's going to be. um you want to see the yeah, prizes? So I'm going to be getting 10 10 QPs, my play points back, and then some treasure chests. These are what the prizes are for the challenges. Um, okay, I'm gonna make it really simple. The code. I'm gonna move this over. I'm just gonna just in service of Phelia. Hold on, giveaway dog. There we go. Type dog, and you can enter the giveaway for 120 play points. We're gonna run it for a few minutes. I'll pull a winner. You'll get a code for 120. You oops, Miss Trigger, you were not too fast on my screen. I see you coming in after MTG bot started the giveaway, so I think you're good. Um uh so yes, this is a code for 120 play points from our friends over at Daybreak Games. And I will pull the winner at around 11:30. What's my system clock reads 11:30. And until then, ask me any questions you want. If you got burning questions for me, hold on. I imported this right from MTG Top 8, and I keep forgetting to swap out the Yorion. I have to fix this. Please don't. Yeah, show version separately. Why did that get turned off? Hello? Oh, right. My moto's just like tanking because there we go. That's better. I unfortunately have not thought about 60 card lists in a very long time. Um, so no. Um, I think that if you are playing a 60 card deck, it has to look very differently from this because I think one trap that I tend to see a lot of 60 card lists fall into is that they still play Recruiter of the Guard. And I think the reality of it is that like if you are playing 60 card, I think you just have to give in to the idea that like you are not really trying to play a long game anymore. You really are trying to keep the game short in some respect. And I think playing Recruiter in those lists is just like you're trying too much to like split the difference between being Yorion and not. And I think your game will really suffer for it because you just don't like you can get away with playing Recruiter in Yorion, and it's really good in Yorion specifically because of the card Yorion and because you're trying to play towards a very long game. And I think the nature of not having Yorion and also just like not being able to play as many cards that facilitate a long game in the 60 card versions makes Recruiter a lot worse. If you like to suffer, that's on you. But I will not tell you that you can't. I will just advise you to do something else if your interest is in maximizing your win percentage under certain restrictions. It's 11:30. I'm pulling the giveaway. Sam himself. You're the winner. Uh, there we go. Your code will be on the way shortly. It has been DM'd to you on Twitch. You like to maximize your rub-in value? Okay, that's pretty fair. Yeah, there was a very short amount of time. I didn't really play Yorion a ton before Modern Horizons 2 came out when it was like being discovered in the Snoko era. I just wasn't playing a lot of Magic at that time. But there was like a little bit of time in very early MH2 where I was playing a 60 card list and struggling with the feeling that like I can't get every card that I want into it. And then it very quickly, it was funny because I remember in the MH2 spoilers, it was like, Solitude seems like a kind of nice card to have. It's you're probably going to put at least one in your 60 card list or whatever, and maybe you'll play more than that. And I was like, oh no, this card's just cracked. Also play Orion. Just keep your deck 80 cards. Solitude's like maybe one of the best cards that could have ever printed for us. So your deck has to be pretty good to start with -1 card. That's right. I think that's the right way to look at it, honestly. It's like, remember that, yes, there are asterisks around it, but this is an 8th card and that starts in your hand still. So I know about the small hands arguments. I would say just split your deck in half when you shuffle it or search it. It's not that bad. It is funny how much the deck space feels tighter with Yorion because it like I think it's because we just I think it's a lot easier to find the cards that are bad in a 60 card list because the angles that you can approach a game from are just so much more limited than the Yorion builds. I think that's a big part. Hell yeah. Quarterfinals red. Oh, by the way, are you splashing green for forage cards like Teague and Oof? I saw you revealed the Savannah, and I assume that it was for cards that wouldn't be in our Gaddock Teague. Cool. Yeah, I've thought about doing that. My plan against forage is dodge, but I would be playing Teagues if I thought that if I wanted to make that matchup better. Um, 1 second, I'll be right back. All right, done with that. I'll be back. Let me get rid of that. Okay, a little bit more yapping, and then I'll be out of my way. Yes, so I see Phelia streamer feeling okay. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier that the M Regans in chat. I never. I feel like I've asked you if it's supposed to be M Regans or Mister Regans. Either way, my friend Sam. He got 23rd at Eternal Weekend with this list of D&T, and I wanted to finally give it a shot again, and it's been feeling much, much better for me. It was sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought it was 23rd because I knew Max Dorshin was right above you, and I thought he was 22 and you were 23. I am terribly sorry. Um, but yes, so Sam played this list at Eternal Weekend, did really good, and I decided to try it again, see if I could get Phelia to work for me again, and it worked. But my daughter needs me now, so I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I'll see if I can find someone to raid on the way out.